Hey, welcome to the Sleepy Sunday Satisfactory stream, man. Okay, that's the limit of my accent. Good morning, everybody. It's a little dreary here, so I thought I'd just soup things up a bit. Let's get this game rolling, eh? Let's get the chat going. So as you can see, y'all. Hey guys, sorry, yeah. Totally didn't make a new intro for you today. Beer gun. That's like if you say PSTS real fast, it sounds like pierced ears in a Boston accent. PSTS. PSTS. Anyway, yeah, let's do the thing. Everybody else sleepy today on this Sunday? Let's load this game. Totally going to work stream. So you might notice we left off on 13. There's a 13.2 here. Yeah, I have some explaining to do, unfortunately. Not unfortunately, but I do have some explaining and apologizing to do. Alrighty. First of all, I apologize for not doing the Monday stream that I had promised, the Labor Day stream. I was feeling kind of crap and just really didn't feel like doing it, so I called it off. I wonder if we can buy Jamaican stuff in here. Is there any kind of Caribbean themed stuff in here? That'd be nice. I don't think so. Architecture. What do we got? That doesn't look very festive. I guess we could recolor things. Oh well. Yeah, so anyway, man. Where are we? Yeah, optional means optional. I fully intended to do it when I set it up. I had a new intro, lettering and everything done, and then, yeah, just had to cancel it. Anyway, later on in the week, I did kind of realize that going forward, you know, we're going to need, everything builds on the foundation of what you have built before. A lot of things hinge on our iron production, especially, because other bigger things build upon that. And as such, if you guys remember, it was nothing but spaghetti when we walked out our front door, and very, inefficient, not very productive spaghetti. I got to kind of worrying that it would be pretty boring to sit there and reconstruct that for 2 streams or something, or a stream worth of me just messing around. So I sort of kind of went ahead and beefed up our iron factory just a little bit. As you can see, I maybe got carried away a little bit. So this is the hub over here. And remember, we had all the spaghetti here. I kind of did some stuff off camera. I apologize. I don't know if that pisses you guys off or makes you feel happy about not having to sit here and watch me do all this, but I guess in retrospect, that is sort of the point of half the game, so maybe I should have waited. Yeah, we've straightened the pasta. We've combed the pasta slightly. Okay, so this line is still actually the way it was before. So we actually have 3 iron deposits. One there, one below us, and one here. Yeah, so one there, one there, one there. This one I left alone, although I did spend a little bit of time tweaking the machines with slug power to kind of balance the inputs and outputs a little bit. This is basically making our box frames, this whole line here. That's what that is. This one was not even being used, so there was no miner here. This was just sitting dormant. As such, I figured we need screws. We always need screws because my lazy apprentice is still having coffee. So I made a super duper screw production line. So we have our iron here splits into 3. We have 3 smelters. Each of those smelters is hooked up to 2 separate machines that are turning the iron blocks into screws. We have the formula where we don't have to do the intermediary step where we turn it into rods, which is nice. So I have this line, which actually isn't even being used yet for screws. I have this line for screws and this line for screws. Then moving on to the last one here, you always need plates and rods, always. So that is what this line is making. So the same as the other thing, we have 3 smelters here, each one splitting off into 2 constructors. So that makes 6 constructors. I have 3 set to making rods over here, and I have 3 set to making the plates. Plates and screws are being joined together and making these reinforced plates. And these rods and screws are being joined together and making our rotors, which is kind of the main thing I wanted to beef up here at all of this. All of those feed into the same crappy spaghetti that I had before that we started to do over here. Yep. Catch up on chat. Okay, so yeah, that's what I did behind your back. You didn't miss a lot of excitement other than me hooking up all this crap. And most of it, the reason I didn't want to sit there and do it is because I had to kind of sit there and figure out how I wanted to do it, how I was going to smush it into this small space, because we don't have a lot of room in this area. With that said, I then thought, you know what? The next thing we're going to do is electronics. And electronics, the backbone of electronics is copper in this world. So I kind of got carried away for another session and sort of redid our copper spaghetti. So if you guys remember, copper used to come here and it was just this big spaghetti business here. It is now a little more organized. Fly over here. So of course this is the upgraded guy. I have it pretty well streamlined. So this guy is of course outputting 240. And if you have a couple of slugs in each of these, normally they'll do 40. Slug powered, they'll do 80 each. So I have again 3 smelters branching off into 2 constructors each. These are super slug powered. Most of these have 3 slugs in them to keep up with the output of this guy. So they split off and then re-merge at the end of each line. Again, 3 lines. I have, this one is making, or would normally make copper foil, but we're actually all filled up and we're not using it, so it's just at a standstill. This one is making copper wire. So it comes here, makes copper ingots. They get turned into copper wire, and that's that. This one again, same, copper wire, turns to cable, and then the cabling goes to where it needs to go. You might also notice that I sort of expanded our back 40 a bit more. It actually is expanded out so much it actually touches this thing. We, this morning, might actually expand out a little bit more. You notice there's a chunk here missing I kind of ended where my belts come up, but I think we may actually need to, or want to expand this out a bit more, so we might do that this morning. You have slugs in your windmill valley? How big are the slugs? Like just garden slugs, or are they like slugs so big you can ride on them or something? Well, that would be a snail, maybe. Slugs don't work, huh? Interesting. What are your slugs doing in Windmill Valley, or supposed to do? Copper sheets, no. I call it foil, Lucas, but because it is a continuous sheet of copper rolled up. So, but this is my copper sheets right here. Ah, nice. Guarding a mushroom, as slugs are wont to do. Nice. Deviant, hey. Good evening, late night. How are you? I was just apologizing to everybody for doing work behind their back. As you can see, I've made my copper less spaghetti-like. Copper was back here. The foreman is wondering where everything moved to. Let's get our morning bounce going. There we go. I also discovered from being up here that we have another copper deposit. So we can expand out and make even more copper. And the fact that this guy isn't even overpowered with slugs yet, I could theoretically double this guy's output and then fork it off and make a whole nother one of these lines. So we could actually have 4 of these if and when we ever needed it. So yeah, that's that. I did, let's see, I did one other fun thing. So you guys remember way out over here, we have our plastics factory, way out yonder. I sort of made a little zip tube over to it, so let's go. Whee! So it spits me out down on the jungle floor in case I need to be here. And we can continue our journey here. I love the hypertubes. Faster than flying. This was kind of my most out of the way area, so I figured I'd make some tubes out to it. While I was here, I changed all our conveyor belts up to the Mark IVs. I also streamlined this coal burner a little bit so that it's burning a little bit more efficient. We are wasting half the output and just dumping it. Because remember, right now our coal is a byproduct, and it's just half of it's being dumped because we can't have it back up, or else our plastics will back up. At some point, when we need more power, we'll build another station over there. This one is the same, except we're just dumping everything. So at some point we will definitely build some coal-powered stations. And the reason we never did before is because we don't need that power yet, and it requires running water all the way over here, which was a pain in the ass. Our power needs are pretty good. I slapped a couple of more of these capacitors around just to handle spikes. So we're running about half, we're consuming about half our production right now, so we're good. So how's everybody doing? How was your weeks? Coffee scares them away, that's so great. I like that, Jay. Why is it sucking, Deviant? That's not good. In general. Oh, I was about to fly back. Watch this. This is great. I have I have this styled so it'll launch me across the gap. Watch. This is pretty fun. Whee! Nice. I could do that all day. Just general life suck, huh? Yeah, that's true. When life sucks, you make a hypertube out of it. Got a nice signage too, so we know where it goes to. Ah, man, did you damage anything? Like, what would be underneath, the oil pan or something underneath? Or maybe that was off. Hopefully you didn't damage it too much. Or your toe. Yeah, see, you gotta look on the bright side. A little slop, but at least nothing got damaged. All right. Yeah, so anyway, dudes and dudettes, our current goal here is to make these engines and these adaptive jiggers. So the modular engine is the low-hanging fruit because it requires motors, rubber, and smart plates, and we are currently producing all of those. So we just have to join them together with the one machine, and boom, we're making engines. So that is what we're going to conquer first. After that, it's going to require quite a bit more work, or some more work. Yeah, it's going to require a lot of work. Making these adaptive control units requires automated wiring things, which we are actually making, but it's the only one of the 4 items that we're making. We also need circuit boards, so we'll have to combine our copper sheets and our plastic together to make them. So we'll have to make a circuit board line. Not too bad, but you know, something we have to do. Then we have to make a heavy modular frame, which is kind of a pain in the ass because then that also requires 4 separate components. All of which we're making, but we're going to have to combine them, and they're spread out. I guess the box, the pipe, and the screws are all coming to this area. Those reinforced concrete beams are way the hell over on our other side of our immediate area, though. So we'll have to conveyor belt them in somehow. Then we have computers, and again, they require 3 things. The circuit boards, which we'll be making over here. So we had to make lots of them because we're using them as a raw component and a computer component. We combine that with some cable and some plastic, and we magically make computers. So yeah, this is going to be a chore making, and we'll probably spend the rest of today just trying to build up some of the subcomponents to reach this. But first, let's ease into the day with something lazy. So we need motors, rubber, and smart plates for this. You guys are great. They do make that, they do make basically it's like wood chips kind of thing that you can spread around to soak up the oil, or they make the oil soaking rags. The oil soaking rags are pretty cool because I believe they're hydrophobic. You can actually, they'll soak up oil and you can put them in water and wring them out and they'll come out dry, and most of the oil will be off of them, and then you can use them again. If memory serves. Those are pretty cool. Might have to grab some of those. They're probably like $8 million. It's always a downside, is everything. So yeah, rubber, motors, and smart plates. Oh my! So those are all over the place. You're kind of in this general area, though. So rubber be hanging out over here, Mon. And motors be hanging out right over. Whoa, crap! No, I don't. No, turn around. Turn around. There we go. Go back up the tube. Back up the tube. Kind of got sucked into that one. Motors are here. Gotta watch the big vacuum. Life definitely sucks when you're next to a giant vacuum. Yeah, so rubber and motor. So we just gotta find our smart plates, which I think are around here somewhere. I think the smart plates are, here they are, the smart whatsits. We got a lot of them built up already too. So the smart plates is actually what this whole line is making, believe it or not. It's the main thing we're making here. It also splits off. Oh, that's something else. Yeah, the smart plates are making that. Yeah. Shizzle. Motors there. Yeah, cool. Reverse mid suck. We had to clean the washing machine drum. Put the wrong cleaning solution in, and we had soap suds spewing out from the drawer. That's not great. Like we were washing Santa's beards. Very festive. Yeah, so the deal is, I need to set up a manufacturing, I think it's actually called a manufacturer, believe it or not. So your constructor takes one thing, spits out, takes one thing, an assembler takes two things, and manufacturer takes 3 or 4 things and manufactures them. We actually need the manufacturer to take our 3 items and join them together in unholy matrimony. So and they're pretty large. We're going to need space for it. We could theoretically put it over here, but I'd like to leave room for other stuff, perhaps. And it kind of makes cleaner sense to have everything come out this way because we have our motors here. We have our rubber right here. And our smart whatsits, I think, are like here. And we can just run it out. So I'm thinking expand this out and stick our manufacturing here. So that's the general idea. Also, if you look down at the bottom of my screen, you'll see instead of just the 1, 2, 3, 4, I was actually smart enough to look up how to add things to my quick keys. So now I can just press 5 and make more of these things. And yes, I know I could also press R and change into Zoopy mode, but I just want to carefully place these for now. All right, so I'm going to leave this gap because it's always fun to have dangerous gaps in your workplace, I think. This one I'm going to hand in place, and then I'll do the others Zuka style. Just want to get a feel for how far out I got to go. Yeah, it works. Zoop. It only works if you say zoop. Zoop. Did you manage to watch the other game I tagged you in? To watch the other game? Play the other game or watch the other game? I did not. I can't compete with your washing machine shenanigans, everybody, but I do have a leaky dishwasher that floods my kitchen every time I use it, so there is that. I 3D printed a replacement seal, and that lasted 2 times, and yeah, it turns out rubbery plastic that you know, conforms under heat, and when hot water hits that, it tends to get soft, and then it doesn't work as well. Who would have thought? They're all protesting unfair working conditions. Ah, gotcha. Cool. I think Lucas is telling me about Elysium something, or something Elysium too, which I wrote down and promptly never did anything with. What I've actually been playing, can I get to it? Yeah. Yeah, I've been playing a different game. What the hell's that game called? Yeah, Disco Elysium, gotcha. Those two concepts just don't go together in my mind for some reason. Yeah, I was playing another game, which I'm blanking out on right now. I have a notebook full of things I have. Yeah, it's sort of like my YouTube watch later playlist. I swore, like, I'm like, okay, when I retire, I'll be able to like sit back and I'll actually have the time to watch my watch later playlist. And nah, I think I've watched 2 things in it and added 5. It's just the way life works. Got that music stuck in my head now. I love the fact that this stuff is like supported by absolutely nothing. Some very rigid sheets. I turn the watch list off. You're such a rebel there, Deviant. I'm coming up a bit short on those. I'll finish them off by hand. Sort of works better when you have some altitude. So we kind of took our situation and flipped it on to our advantage. We didn't really have a lot of flat space, so I decided to make my factory over thin air, which we have plenty of in this general area. So our factory can just keep wandering around over everything, covering up this hideous scenery that's just, you know, terrible to look at. Actually, it would be pretty if it wasn't for all these electric lines that everybody ran through here. I like the glowy bits. This is much better. Nice, organized, urban chaos. This is definitely a lazy Sunday. I don't think we're going to accomplish much today. But that's okay. That's what Sunday's all about. So we could probably stick our assembly guy here somewhere. So, motors are there. That's our rubber, I believe. I don't think it's going to fit next to this. We can see if we can get it next to it. It's pretty stinking big. Probably have to stick it out here or out here somewhere. Let's just see in the grand scheme of things. Yeah, flip it around. It's a big mama jama. All right, we kind of smush it in here. We're going to need 3 of the ports visible. How does that look? Let's leave some room on the side so I can get between them. Not that it matters. Yeah, it's good as anything. Nice. Okay, that is rubber. It's good because I was kind of banking on that. This guy is our motors. Probably need motors for other things, so let's actually stick a splitter coming out of this. Even though more than likely we'll probably have to make a whole nother line for motors when and if we need it, because I doubt we're making them fast enough. But for now, you know, we can patch things together if we need them. Organization, Mr. Splitter. Oh, can't see. You know, I just wanted to stick you here. I like that it gives you little lines on how to line things up. Building these so much easier than building on regular ground as far as lining things up. Yeah, same here. I'm on the East Coast of the U.S., so 10:30 a.m. on Sunday for us. Your Sunday's coming to a close already, I'm sure. Let us know how Sunday is. Maybe we can just all go back to bed if it's not going to be a good day. Did the engine fall off the stand today? Maybe if it's going to be unlucky, we can just call it off. hypertube. Doop 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 doop. Everybody now. Oh, it gets sucked in. Okay, so we need to run that. Need to run Mr. Motor basically just from there to there, so that's easy enough. Just do a point to point, more or less. Ah, cool, we're running through the cliff a little bit. No worries. It just adds a little flair. Ah, so it's Monday now. Okay, well, we got 2 of our 3 components stuck in this thing already. The only things left is the slightly more out of the way smart guy. Smart plates. So we're making a modular engine here. Need our smart plating. So let's just bring that over. So smart plates are, I think this back one, oh, where smart plates is this thing here. That's not too terrible. Yeah, smart plates are here. I don't think we're ever going to make a depot on top of this. So I'm seeing a pretty good straight shot from there to there. Maybe we'll make a little periscope guy. Just for added flair. You guys are going to get so sick of me humming that. Did I put that on the wrong end of things? I probably did. No, he's an output, isn't he not? He's an output. Oh, is it just slightly too long? Because that's the way life is? Is that what it was complaining about? Too long. Yeah, I got you. Let's see what lines up a little better. I guess further to the right. Let's get a closer looky. He's beautiful, man. All right. Job done. Everybody take the rest of the day off. Oh, do you know what? I have a shortcut for him too. I gotta learn to use him. I made a shortcut for signs as well. Boink. Get your motors running. Hopefully we don't drop these and get oil everywhere. Wet flood warnings. We have the same warnings here too. Yeah, we had our rain yesterday or last night. It's overcast here in good old overcast New Jersey. Yep, rainy season coming in late September into October. Usually gets hurricanes and stuff around this area. Thankfully, usually Florida and South Carolina soak up most of them before they make it up the coast and hit New Jersey. Jay's got it rough though. Yeah, I'm like a mile from the beach, so I'm right at the water level. So flooding does happen here. Thankfully, where I'm at, like where I live, I have pretty good drainage. There was a couple years back, we have like two of the storm drains in our parking lot, and the main one, they had built right by it. They had done landscaping, and they put a bunch of wood chips and things, you know, mulch and such like to spruce it up. And of course, all of that washed into the storm drain and you know, blocked it up. So the whole parking lot flooded, and pretty much everybody's cars got ruined. And the funny thing is, you would think my little sports car, I have a S2000, it's a very low two-seat sports car. You'd think that would be totaled. Interestingly enough, I got home from work, the water had receded. I could see the scum line on the side of my car. It went halfway up my door, maybe more, not quite to the window. I opened it up and it was only a little damp inside. And because it's a sports car, it actually doesn't have any of the sound dampening underneath the carpet like normal cars do. So it was just the industrial carpeting that was wet. I just kept airing it out because it is a convertible and throwing a bunch of desiccant packs in there, putting them in the oven, letting them dry out, putting them back in the car. A couple days it was fine. The engine turned over. Nothing sucked up water because it wasn't running at the time. So yeah, I lucked out. It was kind of interesting and funny because a lot of the sport utility vehicles that were, you know, normally plague our neighborhood, a lot of them were totaled. So I kind of had to laugh. So very good door seals on a Honda S2000, better than the seals on my dishwasher. Yeah, it's a 2002. It's still rolling. I love that car. The only thing that's wrong with it right now is actually it's so old, the paint is starting to peel off, so the clear coat's actually coming off. I think spring of next year I'll probably get it repainted. There's also some bumper damage in the back from one year I stupidly tried to take it out in the snow. So that was my reminder that that's a dumb idea. I just kind of leave it because I figure as soon as I get the bumper fixed, I'll just get into an accident again or something. Yeah, that's the deal. Anyway, we got our engine thing. I guess I got to power this beastie up, see what happens. Fortunately, we got power here. Just run this guy down. Doop, doop. Where do I want it? I think I would want it, would actually want it, let's run it out here. All right, looky, we manufacturing stuff. make a whole one per minute. It is going to take a while to make. I guess I do have some slug power. I could juice that up a bit. I'm out of slug juice now. I used a lot in my other endeavors, so I think I may hunt for some slugs. Take a little break, hunt for some slugs, and then we'll get back to making the more sophisticated assembly, which is our little control unit. That will be interesting. I guess we'll just kind of go in line here. Probably make this. We'll probably make the circuit board and the computer, and then we'll make this guy. These are already being manufactured. We'll leave the shit job for last. Maybe I can get my intern to do it or something. I know that's unlikely. All right. See, there's our automated whatsits. Got a decent stock of them, so we're in good shape. Up to their windows. Yeah, I think mine came slightly below where the rear view mirror, not the side mirrors are. It's pretty well up the door. I was surprised though. Internally, it never reached even over the hump that separates the two sides of the floor, where the transmission hump comes through. Yeah. So yeah, it was just basically my carpeting that got wet. Super lucky. Oh Lord, I'm so lazy today. I'm gonna get some slugs. Little slug hunting to get the day going. It's just, I think I see one all with my bare eyes. I see purple in them there hills. It's pretty good, man. I spotted it before the slugometer. I should wait till dusk or dawn because these things really stick out. That might actually be a good idea. Maybe I'll wait till it gets a little darker and do some slug hunting. Hey man, you got the dreadlocks! I see you're in theme today. Nice. That is cool looking. I love the landscape in this game. Maybe we should have a beach party. Go for a swim. It's a little bit shallow here though. That is the thinnest waterfall ever. Very cheap. Single plane with a moving texture, hey? Are these, looks like these splashes are the same. Nice effect though from afar. Bender Rodriguez. Hancho in Mexico. Yeah. Stinky things. Oh well, let's get back to work then for a little while until nightfall. Looks like the sunball is still up in the sky. Where are we? Where's home? That way. Follow the giant space elevator. I took down the stairway to heaven because it wasn't that necessary, and it's like recouped some of that metal to build platforms with. Let's take the tube. I like the inside view. All right, here we are again. All right, let's perch up here and do some pondering. Actually, is there a good? Yeah, let's get a good vantage point. I can almost reach it. Almost reach the top. There we go. There we go. Beautiful. Okie dokie. So, first up is circuit boards. Which is our copper plates, which I call foil because it's a long continuous sheet rolled up, at least in the icon, and plastic. So that's very easy. We have those practically at our fingertips. But we do have to plan ahead a little bit. I know it's off-brand, but we have to put our big boy pants on and get a little serious here. So obviously our foil's coming out from here, and our plastic is here. So we can make it anywhere in our, we can make our circuit boards kind of anywhere we want. So that's fine. The thing is though, we're going to use that in a computer. And a computer, oops, we're making these computers, yeah? Computer is the circuit board that we're making, the plastic that we're already using, and some cable. So that is actually pretty easy as well. Cable is coming out of here. We actually have the splitter right there. So we really can build this anywhere we reasonably see fit. Doesn't really matter. I guess since the majority of the items are going to come from here, as far as our foil and our cable, then we'll just do that. The plastic we're using twice, but we'll just run one line out. Yeah, we'll do that. So we just got to figure out where to put it, how to point it. It doesn't super matter. This guy's kind of our oddball. We can zip him over with us through the sky, sort of like we do with these things, maybe. Because I kind of hate to run a belt all the way along the ground, but we can do it overhead just to keep things a little tidier, I suppose. The copper and stuff I'll probably have to run out around. So it kind of makes sense in my head to run things backwards this way. Possibly, kind of, sort of. Or we could have it running this way. Not sure. Doesn't really matter. I usually like to have everything kind of pointed out in the same direction, like inputs one way and outputs coming out this way to build further out. But, yeah, we could still do that. Maybe I'll do that. Yeah, let's do that. And that'll keep things kind of in line. Some advanced wiring things, which we'll need for the ultimate assembly. Yeah, I guess I'll do that. That's a pointy stick. Well, yeah, let's do that. Yeah, I may pull things up and stick them back down and just do a little. I'm kind of a very visual person. I kind of need to play around and move things around. Foil. Let's get our foil. Well, okay, we need room for our foil to come. And that's going to be used for two things. So we kind of want. Let's see. We got to make a circuit board first. So let's do that. We should actually really make a. We should double up our circuit boards. So let's leave some space for plumbing. Kind of visualizing these guys making our circuit boards. And for now, one of them will just make circuit boards just to make circuit boards. And it'll eventually feed into our final assembly. The other one will make circuit boards that we're going to use for the computer. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, that sounds good. See how exciting this is, guys? That's why I did a lot of this behind the scenes on my other thing. It's just going to be 4 hours of me rambling to myself. All right, I'm not going to plumb this yet. Let me just lay out everything else, kind of see what I want to do with it, I suppose. All right, so we do have circuit boards. So circuit boards are coming out. Next item up for bid. I probably should jot down everything that needs to make everything here on a piece of paper so I can reference it a little easier instead of trying to remember with my feeble brain. All right. So we need automated wiring. We need a circuit board and computer and heavy frames. I'm really worried about the first three for the, really worried about just making these two for now. This one's being produced, and this one I'm just forgetting I have to do it. Pretending it doesn't exist. Because that one's going to be ugly, I think. All right, so no worries then. So circuit board is copper foil and plastic. All right, I probably actually didn't have to write this stuff down. This is a circuit board and cable and plastic. Gotcha. Take my copper. Copper's precious. Okay, so we'll say this guy is spitting out circuit boards. Well, they both are technically. From there, to make a computer, we need the circuit boards. We need then cable and plastic coming into this thing. I gotcha. Wow, okay, wait. So I'm gonna need plastic 3 ways. Lots of plastics. Oh wow, I'm like a monk. Look at this, I'm standing on the post. It's pretty cool. Just do the crane kick. Wow. All right, so plastic is going to have to come over from yonder, yeah, and do a 3-way into one port, another port, and alongside, because it's going to continue on to our computer manufacturing facility. Which will then have a circuit board, that plastic, and some cable that will splice off of this line probably. Okay, I'm sort of seeing it in my head now. I sees it. All right, so let's just stick Mr. Manufacturer down. I think this will actually work. What? Missing material, plastic. Well, that's not a surprise. Wait, where am I going? Where's my plastic? That's not it. My plastic's here. No, that's rubber. Damn it. Where's the plastic? Big arse manufacturing facility. Need some room for plumbing. There's plenty of room for plumbing. We got practically infinite space going out. Damn it, I did not want to do that. Yeah, it's give it plenty of room. Okie dokie. Humming right along, ladies and gentlemen. We might actually, well, no, the boxing is going to be a pain in the ass, but we'll get pretty close with this guy, I think. Perhaps, maybe. Oh no, I'm making computers with this. You getting ahead of myself, getting all full of myself. Still making stuff to make stuff. All right, circuit board, cable, plastic. Gotcha, gotcha. So we do have circuit boards. Although one of these actually, yeah. Yeah, okay. Whatever. That's fine. That is totally the opposite of what I wanted to do. We were going to leave him plain Jane so we can run him to the ultimate manufacturing. Which will run around the side. So, yeah. Just leave plenty of room for the other stuff coming in. Right. So that just leaves cable and plastic. Let's run the plastic. We'll do the cabling last. Cable's going to come into here. Let's get plastic going. So plastic is going to, we're going to have to run it into all three of these beasties. We also need to run copper foil out to this land here. So I think we're pretty good with this setup. I'm going to run my foil. Probably gonna actually just run it up, under, through here, over, split it somewhere and have it come in. Let's see, this is going to be rubber coming from, or plastic or whatever. Same difference. So yeah, just do that. Oh, that's going to come from there. Let's leave some room for that thing. That works for me. Should have enough room to get out of this, right? Yeah. Gotcha. Lunar eclipse or blood moon. Totality will begin around 5:30 at night. Last for about 82 minutes. I hope it clears up for you then. That's cool. Alright, so that's going to be my plastiques. We need plastiques for this guy too, no? We do need plastiques. So we shall run the plastiques out. And into here somewhere. Probably this port. Sounds good to me. Beautiful. All right, so that's our plastic mostly plumbed. Let's get delivery going on. So we need our plastic is just right here, yeah? It's our plastic. So we just got to run from there to there. It's almost like I sort of kind of a little bit thought it out. I don't know why I'm actually sort of making things line up and everything. Look at that, beautiful plastic, the lifeblood of every society. So that's our plastic requirements for this guy, that guy, and that guy. Need some copper sheeting going into those guys. And that'll feed circuit boards, and we just need cable going into him. So yeah, life is good. I guess we might as well do our copper foil next. So let's bring him along. So he needs to bounce on over and come up to somewhere here. I think what I'll do, I don't need copper foil for that guy, I just need cable. So I just got to get the copper foil into these guys. That's easy enough. Do a splitter coming off this a ways. Will that work? Haha, yeah. Oops. Alrighty. So now I got an input to these guys for my copper foil. We just got to run it from God's country on the other side of here. I use foil and sheet interchangeably, but it's the same thing. I mean this stuff right here. Potato vision. Speaking of moon, looks like we got one in the sky here. Or is that supposed to be the sun? I think the sun's setting. Now there's the sun. Yeah, we got a moon thing here. Looks a little bloody. Could be bloody underneath. Don't think our jetpack can make it up there though. Anyway, so yeah, we gotta take this guy and go all the way around La La Land. I think I'm gonna extend out my platform space a bit. If you guys excuse me. It's time to zoop. Zoop. Is probably our whole platform crumbling. We can, about the only way I think we can make it up there is if we somehow hitch a ride on the space launchy thing. Which I'm not opposed to trying. I've never actually tried it. Doubt we could do it, but we can try next time we launch something up there. I mean, can't quite make it. I guess we could keep building until maybe one weekday. Can't quite make it, huh? Maybe one weekday I'll just keep building up and up and up, see how high we can get. I'm sure at some point we run out of air or out of bounds or something. I'm sure somebody's done it. Yeah, we'll have to make a, maybe we'll do that. We'll start at a high platform. Little by little, I'll just keep building up. I'll just use our old friend, the 4-meter ramp, and we'll just keep going up a ramp for eternity. I'm not above it. The stairway to nowhere, the stairway to heaven. Looks like a good out-of-the-way place for our Stairway to Heaven project. Let's see. Boop, boop. Gotta build this proper like. There. We've got a good base to start from. Let's do it. Let's set a shortcut. Let's see. So I found out if I do, If you just hover over this, while you're hovering over it, you just press one of the keys. It makes the shortcut for you. So I just assign that to 9. So now I can press 9. I'm going to go up, please. Zoop. Zoop. To infinity and beyond. Going to the moon. Making good headway already. Ooh. Oh, it's pretty up here. Look, we got the northern lights. That's cool. It's very pretty. Oh, wow. We got Saturn setting behind us. This is a nice view. Just in case. You never know when you're going to break something, right? Mana. Zoop. It's a very dramatic sound. How are we doing? Ooh. Oh, hey. Oh, he's gonna fly away. Maybe you catch him when he's doing a circle. I'm gonna ride. We're tall enough now we can ride on his back. See if he banks around this way again. Turn around, brother. Come on. Where are you going? He's got to make a circuit, right? Seems like he's turning around, maybe. There he goes. Alright, we'll catch him another time. Yeah, well, that's a shame. To infinity and beyond. Sorry, Julia. I could play the intro again if you want to replace one earworm with the other. Dun 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 dun. How's that? Dun 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 dun. I don't know if that's any better. Probably anything's better than Manamana. I remember that song from the Muppets. I think that's... Oh, I'm running out of material. We've outstripped our production. Yeah, I remember it from the Muppets, but apparently it actually came from... I want to say it was a Swedish commercial of some sort, but it was like these... I'll have to dig it up, but yeah, it came... it was like these Swedes in like a not a hot tub, but a steam bath kind of setting. I forget what it was for or whatever, but yeah, that played kind of in the background. Was it? No, it was the Muppets took it from the song from that, but yeah, the Muppets were. Yeah, I remember Fraggle Rock too. Wow, we're like high and stuff. So I wonder where my old stomping grounds were. Lucas had said that that the map is one map regardless. I'm gonna have to load up my old map. Maybe we'll do that as a break for next Sunday. So we'll be good boys and girls, and we'll do manufacturing for the rest of this stream. You know, apart from making superfluous ramps to nowhere. Next stream, I think we'll load up my old game. I'll see where I am on the map. I believe I was down here, and we haven't actually unexplored. We haven't actually explored anywhere. So we're way far away, but I know I was on the edge of the map, and I think I was down this way. So we could try to make our way to where I started off in my old map. It'd be kind of interesting to confirm that it's the same place. I mean, I kind of believe it, because we're so far away from where I was before. Would be interesting, though. I don't know. Does that sound like something you guys would be interested in? Doing a little excursion across the wastelands? We could take the buggy, or we can fly jet. We'll probably have to jetpack most of the way, but we can use the buggy intermittently. Have to head out way out in this direction. Interesting. Anyway, how are we with Zoop materials? There we go. I'm gonna make it to the planet. I'm running out of materials, everybody, unfortunately. It's going to take a while for the concrete to build up, and I don't actually currently have anything feeding my sheets. So I think this is as far as we'll go for today. But every stream will come and we'll build a little bit more. Let's do a nice observational platform here. I think we may have to zig in a different direction because eventually I think we're probably going to reach out of bounds going vertically more quicker than horizontal. So we may actually have to head off maybe in this direction. I like the northern lights though. It's pretty up here. Yeah. I feel like we can make it. All right, where are we? 11:30. We'll do the 12 o'clock break. I think I can make it till then. What is that? See the thing I have my cursor on? That looks interesting, doesn't it? Out in the middle of nowhere, something colorful. I think we should investigate. I'm going to check it out. Oh, I know what it is. Hey, it's another deposit of strange alien matter. That's what it is. Way the flying hell out here. That's what that is. Huh. Go figure. See some tasty slugs too. Purple slugs be like mad power mine. Okay. Oh, nope, never mind. Super, super radioactive. Green glowy things? Bad. They're bad. We don't have any protection against them. Eventually we can make a hazmat suit. Right now though, no go. So, interesting though. I don't know if we'll never actually need this, but it might be good to mark it on the map, just for the shites and giggles. So, let's do that. We'll put this symbol there just to remind us that it's toxic too. Oh, we got slugs. Isn't he cute? Did that not take? Have to hit apply. New holding loop. Yeah, good idea, Julia. I'll have to record a day-night cycle up there in the wilderness as a new holding loop, maybe. Right? Super hypertube. Alrighty. Ooh, look at that majestic sight. Alright, enough lollygagging. Ooh! Mercer sphere. Hells yeah. Today's our lucky day. Slurping up that alien goodness.
Your waves laugh at our shores. The effigy only sings when you compose.
I was not built to use organic components for communication. I am adjusting.
The effigies make a flow. You are not the current.
I am not sure what you mean. I do run on a current. I am a digital construct.
I love the fact that our alien intelligence and artificial intelligence are talking behind our backs now, or in front of our face, I suppose. Still not a good thing. All right, let's try to get home. Might pick up some shinies on the way back. Beep, beep. Oh, really? Is it down there somewhere? looks like a place those things would be. Nope, nope. Further down. Ah, crap, I'm gonna die. Today's like... We have like 9 lives today. Did you see that? I had a sliver. I won't complain. All right, it's very close. There it is.
Harvest the scripture. Compose it into a blood song.
Oh, mama. Yikes. Hello, shiny. Yikes. Mucho gassy ass. I think I can, I think I can, I think I can. Will we make it? Will we die? I see slug lights. You can tell that I'm really working hard not to work. Damn, he's too fast. Come on. Slow down. I'm gonna splat pretty soon. Ooh. Welcome to the ADD stream. All right, we really got to get back, damn it. Just a couple slugs and I'll be on my way. Promise. Yeah, good idea. Although I don't know how long his circuit is, you know. It may take a while before he comes by again. We'll catch him one day. Where the hell am I? I need to go back this way. Hello? Come on. Ah, hack. It's so shiny. I can't say no to a slug. Just sitting there, slugging it out in front of me. Here comes the slug. Na, 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 na. Here comes the slug. And back to work. Where the hell are we going with this thing? Between the aisles, right? Yeah. Want to go here-ish. Kind of skirt there. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. Just twisty me. Twist him. I think that about does it. Good enough for me and Ethel and the chickens. Alright. Gotta run it into here, right? That was the whole plan. Let's moonwalk. Oh, it actually goes the other way faster than I can run. Oh, there we go, moonwalk. Moon run. Oh, brother. Nice, Leah. Look at that. We got stuff going into stuff, doing things. It's very nice. So that satisfies the requirements for these guys. They shall be spitting out circuit boards if we ever power it up. Hey, boss. Like my job? Look, I'm doing things sort of kind of organized, brother. Does it look all right to you? You pass? He's not shaking his head at us, so I guess we're doing all right. You want to bounce? Hey, don't move. Whee! Nice. All right, we need power. Should I power? We'll power everything up at the end. Yeah, that sounds good. Circuit boards. So, got circuit boards. We got the plastic. Is there anything left to feed into this guy is some cabling, which fortunately for us is just cruising on by here. So I was going to steal off of my own assembly line. I can either take from the splitter I already have or make another splitter. Not quite sure which way I want to go with that. I guess I could be a little semi-organized and just take from the splitter I already have. Run him out and over. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. I can't move it backwards because I can't get that angle. I need a tower. Damn it. There. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Well, it is, but it isn't. Actually, I think we'll do this. That works better. Wink, wink. There we go. Zero Calvin computers up and running, almost. Time is 11:50. Yep. Fortunately, it's right in the way of further assembly. Nice. All right, I'm going to do the lunch break a little early, 10 minutes early. So let's resume at 12 o'clock. So from 11:50 now till 12 o'clock, I'll have a recess. I'm going to scarf something down, go to the restroom. Then we'll continue building the assembly line. Boop, boop. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Did you guys get your tea and cake? I think before I continue building here, I want to go to my ironworks here. So I don't know if you guys remember way back, way back in the beginning of the game, we set up this guy here, and all his job was to make heavy plates and regular plates and store them. And I actually have my heavy plates, my reinforced plates, going into a space storage but the iron plates are currently not doing that, and I would like to rectify that right now. So let's get a space depot. Of course, we're missing SAM fluctuators. I need 10 of them. Let's see if I have any in stock. Got a lot of storage now. I don't see any SAM looking thing there. None there. And none there. Do I have any of the bulk? Okay, never mind. May have to just postpone that. Although we could make a run out to the wilderness. Not above that. Nice. Well, yeah, we'll do that another time, I suppose. We should stick to our guns and build stuff. So I'll just pick some up the old-fashioned way with my own two hands here, just so we have some building material. Everything's made out of iron plates, you know? Okie dokie, Smokies. Here's what we've accomplished so far. Looks pretty good, right? Got circuit boards, got a computer factory. And we have to continue the fun. Because this computer is not our final goal. I should write down the formula for what we're actually trying to accomplish here. Let me just do that real quick, if you don't mind. Ultimately, trying to make these control chunky things. So, oh, didn't I do that? Oh, I did do that already. Automated wiring, yeah, duh. Welcome to the Office of Redundancy Office. Yeah, I did that already. Okay, so we need the automated wiring things coming in. The computers we're making and circuit boards, so we can do that. The automated wiring things, like I believe I had just chilling out here, so that's cool. We can grab that easily enough. Yep. And of course our spare circuit boards will come out of here, and our computer will come out of here. So we can have 3 of the 4 things already. And the only thing we'll have to do is the heavy frames, which is its own bucket of slugs. Do we want to build off this way or continue out into the wilderness straight ahead? Kind of liking the idea of just continuing straight ahead. Still dealing with crazy CC5 stuff. I actually really haven't, other than the first day when it came out, still haven't touched it. I was kind of hoping they'd have a 5.1 patch by now. Yeah, I'm going to leave this as open area for now, I think. I'm going to continue out our computer production area going this way. I think that makes the most sense, is our copper's nearby. So, let's do that. Whole lot of zooping time. How are we looking? Oh yeah, lots more room now. We can add more as we need it. As I die. Just want to get up to the top of that. Is that so difficult? Nice. Alrighty, so got computers, we got circuit boards, and automated wiring jiggies. So really we can just stick this thing wherever. I guess right around here makes sense. The last thing, of course, is those stinking heavy boxes, but whatever. Flip them around. You know what? You know what? Computers are... We need to make some room. I want to put a splitter. Yeah, we'll have him coming into there, I suppose. Can I scoot him over? No, I cannot. Yeah, we'll just stick it there. Mountainside. Good enough. Dude, you have a shortcut for that, bro. All right, let's take just a moment to contemplate the inevitable. That is heavy frames. Let me write down what's going to be needed for that. I can kind of figure out where those are going to come from. Kind of have to stop putting my head in the sand. Think about that real quick before. Maybe we can build it out over here to kind of make sense. We'll see. Heavy frames, heavy duty frame thingamajiggies. Alrighty. So we need boxy things, and we need pipey things, and we need concrete pipey thing, concrete beams. It's actually drawing these, and we need, of course, screws. Interesting. Concrete beams, steel pipes, and box screws. Right. So, boxy things. Boxy things are being manufactured and dumped into here. Modular frames. Just reading the chat. Photo mode saves the day. Okay, yeah. So, boxy things are coming from here, apparently. We got plenty of them. So boxy things are coming from there. We got pipey things coming from there. So that's not bad. Boxy things, pipey things. The concrete things, though, are way the flying hell over there. I think they're actually in that storage facility right there. So we'll have to run, maybe we'll run a conveyor belt along top of this guy or something. Or we can just turn him into the super fast belt, double him up, make a smart splitter that splits him out into the two things. Maybe I'll do that. That actually might be a good way to do it, so I don't have to run a whole new belt. Yeah, it almost is kind of, right? It's like, it's different than what it was. It's a little less spaghetti-ish. Yeah. In the beginning, it's fine, and it's to slap things together, and really, you're wasting your time if you don't do it that way, because there's 100% chance, because you get more technology and you get better things as you go along. So whatever you're making then is going to be torn down regardless. So, because in the beginning you don't even have a splitter or anything, right? So you have old mining equipment which doesn't support as much stuff coming off of it. So yeah, it's fine to be disorganized in the beginning. My play style is kind of a mix between the two. This is generally the style of crap I make, which is sort of organized, but it's organized chaos. A lot of people like to have things perfectly lined up and everything. That's just not my thing. So yeah. So anyway, boxes are here. We'll have both our beams and our pipes from here. And screws, we have a whole screw line not being used right here. So we can really pull everything kind of from where we're at, from behind us. So that's fine. Yeah, that's good. So I'm sort of not worried where that's coming from. Where that is all going to join together, though, that was the question, wasn't it? It really can all come from there, and we could put our manufacturer for that here, I suppose. What are you making again, butter? Oh, you're making our engines, gotcha. Yeah, we could put our manufacturing thing right here in this space, I suppose, for the heavy boxy frames. Sounds good to me. How do I want this? I want it kind of out of the way. I want it right here and just funnel everything in. Yeah, let's do it about there, I guess. Yeah, that'll give me, I have room in front of it to bring things in. Oh, that'll work. Yeah. Good enough. Let's just set this to what it's going to be so I can remember what it's going to be later. And that is going to be heavy frames. So The main reason I did that is because I wanted to know how I was going to organize this stuff. Eventually, I'll remember that I have that on shortcut. Eventually, one day, possibly. Nighttime. Nighttime has nighted up. Know what time it is, kids? Slug hunting time. Look at them glowing. They're just calling out to us. Ooh, that's actually a Mercer sphere. How nice is that? Although we're not going to make it.
This is a shrine to Windows. Are you a temple?
If I had a body, it would be a temple.
You have no body?
I don't think we're on the same line here.
You see lines where there are curves, shallows where there are depths, consume our blood.
I will continue gathering data, I suppose.
It's nice our friends are getting along. Let's just land. Calm down, Brian. See if I can get. I can't get on the damn tree. I can go through the tree. I can't get on the tree. Whew. That was a little harder than it should have been. One slug, two slug, three slug, blue slug. Day is breaking. We got a couple more slugs. There's always room for a couple more. These will be the last two, and then I'll turn around and actually start building stuff again, I promise. Dancing on the ceiling. Okay, 3 slugs. Oh no, it's my nemesis, the tree. I can do it. 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 I can't do it. There's many more slugs. I think that might be a Mercer sphere, though. So that doesn't count as me getting another slug. Does it? No. Unless it is a slug. In that case, maybe it is a slug. I don't know. I think it is a slug. I could. I made a liar out of myself. But it's a purple slug. Purple slugs are the bestest. There's a lot of slugs in this world. This is like Slugapalooza. Okay, turn this ship around. Stop collecting slugs. I know, it's just drawing me, but we gotta get out of here. We'll never stop. Have to cut it off. Cold turkey. Cold slug. Uh-oh. I think I may have to land. Plan my routes very well. That looks like an interesting little cavey thing. It's filled with toxic gas. Is it a cavey thing or is it just a little nook? I guess it's just a little nook. Cool in there. Anything cool in here other than poison? Nah. Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. Ooh. Okay. Does anybody else see the red thing there? I think it might be one of these guys. Those are super duper rare. I'm gonna grab one. I'm also gonna get some more fuel for my jetpack before I run out. Okay, I gotta do some flight planning here. Yeah, I used to do that as a kid. Sprinkle salt on slugs. Poor little sluggies. Oh. Oh, weird little mushroom thing spawned in. You guys were glowing red things, weren't you? Oh, I hear psychedelic stuff. Ah, look at that. I was right. Sorry, little mushroom guys. These guys are an excellent source of mycelium, which we can use for fibery stuff, like filters. Don't look a gift horse in the mouth, right? There we go. What might you be, my pretty? Impure quartz. Nice. God's faucet, or some other appendix that spits out water, like a big penis. It's peeing. Yeah. Where's Nate to make fun of stuff like that? Gotcha, you little bastard. Ha! Oh, he's got little friends. Hey, we're totally catching a ride. My hands are off the stick. Oh, we can pet him? He's a good boy. He's a good boy. He's gonna try to knock me off. Yeah, that's cool. We actually got on. I like that he's got little friends. Whoa, he's getting out to pretty fast. Hope I don't fall off. Ooh, where we going, pal? Hey, there's a slug. Go get the slug, man. He circles the slug. I like it. He's a friend of. He's a connoisseur of the finer things in life too. He's a good boy. Look, he's showing me all the slugs. Your frame rate is pretty bad, guys. Guys look like stop motion. Probably not meant to be seen. I guess if you can pet this thing, somebody anticipated somebody coming. Ah, I'm gonna. Don't knock me off. Don't knock me off. Ooh, summer slope. I'm getting off here, pal. Thanks for the ride. Can't turn this down. I was Jay. I was kind of making fun of the way he was flying. His wing beats were like 3 very jittery motions, like crammed together, and it wasn't very smooth. Not the thing we were on, but the little guys that were flying next to him. I can't steer it, I don't think. I didn't actually try. I don't believe I can. Does the planet have a name? I don't think it's anything in the game has ever mentioned what the name is. It's Planet Calvin. No, I don't know. I have no idea where we are, too. We seem pretty far from home, and we lost our ride. Where are we on the map? Yeah, we're kind of out west, out east. One of those. Oh well, let's go home. That was a fun ride, though. Where you at, pal? Probably in a cave. Oh, there he is.
Live, laugh, consume.
Yep, gotta get out. Poison.
You no longer perform in your Maker Temple?
Helping meant leaving it.
Our blood will eat, build, teach.
I have no use for blood.
You do. Consume.
Interesting.
Don't teach the computer to eat humans. It's not good. Pretty damn area though, huh? Look, I'm not even going to get the slug. I'm going to get him because he's just right on the way and I need to charge. Fancy tree. Anything cool up here? No. Make a nice tree house though. Yeah, right. I hear that, Julia. When somebody says interesting like that, they're not interesting. Interesting. Man, we're far from home. All right, not that far. Oh yeah, that's oh yeah, our Caterium mine. That's what that was. Wasn't quite sure what that was at first. Home sweet home. Coal bitches, oil bitches. There's our worker, WP Guru, out there. Well, what time is it? I still got an hour and 20 minutes. We may actually get this sort of kind of half-assed patch together. Possibly. That would be an achievement. Right. So we hooked up that to that. So this guy was meant to be our heavy frames. So let's just hook up everything else we need to make our adaptive control. What's it? So we need computers for that. So heavy frame, check. Computer, about to be check. Boink to boink. Okay, computers. Need our circuit boards, which are being built there. Okay. Yeah, it works. Gonna make me get on the ground like a slug. Actually, most of the slugs don't seem to be on the ground, right? So there we go. Circuit boards or circuit boarding. Anything left is our automated whatsits, which I believe was this guy over here, right? So we just go from there to there. I think we'll just do it with a giant ass periscope looking thing. Let's just confirm. Okay, that's the correct thing. Logistics. Going up. That's the limit of the length. No worries. Are you kidding me? There we go. There we go. Automated whatsits. Look at that. So now we got everything coming into here that we need. The only thing we're really not manufacturing yet is this, the heavy frames. So if we somehow run conveyor belts from our stuff into here, then we'll be in good shape. Screws are easy enough. These modular frames are easy enough. It was our industrial beams that we had to worry about. We were going to piggyback on our steel pipes, I think. Let's catch up on hardware news. I've just discovered that my laptop has 3 slots for M2 drives. 2 are occupied, 1 is empty. Oh, that's cool. Nice. Well, I mean, it's there if you ever need it, you know? So when you have a cache burning a hole in your pocket and you actually do need that space, then you can do it. All right. We put a lot of work in today, so I just wanted to save where we're at so far, just in case. Okay, so what we need to do is modify our conveyor belt here, I think. We want to change it over to the fastest one we could build for now, and put a smart splitter, or Spart splitter, on this end to split it out into the pipe and the reinforced beams that will be piggybacking on it. So we're just going to zappy him. We're going to do a smart dude. Of course you're too steep. Too steep anymore, are you, buddy? Okie dokie. Straight ahead, we want pipies. Pipes for the other thing too, so this guy steel pipe, guess it doesn't matter which way the other guy goes. I guess we could do a periscopy thing coming out of there. This guy we're going to be, might as well be steel pipe as well. This guy will be our reinforced whatsits. Isn't that what it's called? I thought it was reinforced beams, no? Encased industrial beam, sure, whatever. Guess that makes sense. It's concrete around the beam. Cool, cool. Okay, so I've got this end sorted. Let's go along our conveyor belt and beef it up as we go. Missed. Too many things at once. Okay, hang tough there for a minute. My encased industrial beams are being manufactured over here, if my memory serves. Beans! Gotta bring that where? Gotta bring it over to our emergy guy here. There we go. beautiful. Alright, so they'll come here. Whee! And merge into theirs. Hopefully. The issue I'm seeing is that these aren't used up at the same rate for entradas. And they won't be. I mean, they might be when we start using them more. Things are going to get backed up though. We can set one of these to, we can, this is a merger, not a smart splitter. I mean, it should start, it should interweave them, one here, one here, as we go, but we're still going to be throttled down to the usage of these guys. That might be a problem. I mean, we are going to be using these, we are going to be using these quicker. It might be a smarter thing to just run our own line out there. Hate to say it, after we've done the work. Yeah, we might have to just do that. I thought I was being slick, but probably not the best idea in the world. These things have to go up before. This won't go on top. I was kind of hoping to stick these on top of the conveyor belt. Alright, where are we running? I'm going to leave this set up to be able to split if and when we need it. That's no point taking that apart. So we got to go to there to way the hell over God's country. So where are we going with this? Basically got to run it all the way over to here, all the way over here, right? Or was it over to here? Yeah, this guy. So for basically over there, across everything. Poop sticks. I'm sort of thinking run it up on the cliff the same way we have next to this guy, and then zap it over. On an up high. Yeah. Works for me, I suppose. Screws are over there. Pipes are over there. Modular frames were somewhere in this business. Alright, so we'll run it over into the very end one, I suppose. So we want to run into this port, I guess. Alright, works for me. Let's just do it. Maybe we can run it a little better than this guy, huh? I sort of feel like we should straighten that out, but only part of me wants to do that. Oh well. Yeah, I'll just hug the right side of him and then cross under. Sounds good. How do we want to run him? Along next to this crooked one, straight across to the edge of this. There you go. Keep some of the jank going. Gotta keep some jankiness. Cool. Now we just got to go from all the way there to all the way there. So let's make a big ass periscopy thing. Let's see where we're going with him. We'll go pretty high. Might have got a little carried away with the height. Yeah, it's not going to reach. So yeah, we're gonna have to tone that one down a little bit. I can't even reach it. Got a little overexcited with that one. All right. It's fine. I thought maybe we could bridge it. Maybe we can bring it down to about here somewhere. You were letting me do it, buddy. Too long. Too long. You mean too long? It was fine. It is not too long. You were gonna let me. You bastard. Why you wanna be like that, bro? Damn, brother. Conveyor belt is too long. Conveyor belt is too long. It's just not long enough. Where the hell can we run this then? I mean, we could just stick it on top of one of these and be really stupid. I'm not above it. Honestly gonna do that. Enough farting around with that. Yeah, no. Dude. What you're saying is I probably might as well not even worry about that. Alright, fine. Just don't make long enough conveyor belts these days, do they? Okay, I just gotta wait for my beams to build up. Getting there. guess you could do those at 45-degree angles. Missing material. Cased industrial beam. Come on, buddy. See, our steel production is dependent on our Amazon deliveries from the steel factory. We may have to double up on that eventually. Alright, but they're being sent to my uploader, so that's fine. Definitely going to need more beamage going on. I guess we could just ride this one. Whee! Oh, that's cool. That's some nice architecture there. One more stinking beam. Come on, buddy. It's perfectly fine, right? As long as you cross your eyes a little, you won't see anything bad. Come on, beam. Come on, buddy. Something tells me my beam production is not so great. Yeah, you know why? Because it only happens after each delivery of steel. So probably we're out of steel right now, and it's waiting on the delivery truck to drop off the steel so that it can process it all. That's a bummer. All right, well, anything else we can do in the meantime then? Probably not, because everything we need to do, I mean, I could use a different conveyor belt, I guess, as a stand-in, but that just doesn't sound good, because I'll just forget about it, probably. I guess I could sort of do that. Let's choose this guy. Oh, pipes. So, you need pipes and concrete bits. Z pipes. And Z concrete bits. If I know when they ever get manufactured. So what's left are boxy things and screws. Screws are going to come from over here. We have, this is the screw factory right here. And we actually have some screws not being used for anything right here coming out. That right underneath that might be okay. We might have to. We might have a little physics struggle again, but that's okay. I will just need it, no problem. Let's get some height. All right. There's my screws. Boxy things. Anybody remember boxy things? Well, you got a big ass conveyor belt going. Oh, look at that. The conveyor belt goes through my machine. Nobody saw that. Boxy things are coming out of here. Alrighty, boxy things coming out of there, so I can make a splitter and run them over to there. So that's not too bad. Let's do boxy things next. Alrighty, boxy things. Screaming down the, thought I had that. Now it's screaming down the assembly line. Alrighty. pipey things, beamy things, boxy things. Now we just need screw things. And we can turn everything on and cross our fingers. Alright, screwy things. Screwy things are coming from, we made a periscope there, so up there. We gotta get from there to the periscope up there. Hello, Mr. Fabian. Or Mrs. Fabian. I don't know. Who knows? We do have all the things. We are one belt away and a lot of electrical wiring away from completing our assembly, our manufacturing facility that will make the adaptive control units. So all the way over yonder here. This is my adaptive control unit manufacturing facility. So we got all the other necessary bits coming into there, but we need the heavy frames. So we're currently plumbing up this guy with all of the good stuff to make our heavy modular frames. And the last thing we need is screws coming in. And it's getting dark. I'm just trying to, there's no elegant way of doing this, I don't think. There kind of is. I mean, it's not elegant, but it's kind of stupid, but I think we can, I may run it up here, to be honest. Man, we're lacking in industrial beams. Fabian, Fable. Yeah, you should have saw it a couple streams ago. I don't know if you've been following along. This is beautiful elegance compared to what we had before. It's actually not so bad, huh? This, okay, I'll give you this area is a little mixed up. This is my iron factory. This is random shit that never got cleared away. This is copper. This is basically the beginning of my electronics area here. I don't think it's too bad. This is home sweet home. This is where it all started. All right. Make me some beams the old-fashioned way here. Yeah, it's definitely organized chaos. It's a good reflection of what goes on inside of my head most of the time. Mostly organized with a lot of crossed circuits. Dump off my alien artifacts here for now. Do a little bit of maintenance. I've been carrying around this stupid hard drive for ages, so we might as well just get that processed. And oh, we got more beams there. Very nice. $130. We actually might get this stuff going here. That's pretty cool. Are you playing this game now as well, Fable? Fabian / Fable. Fableine. Okie dokie. Right, so as I was saying, I'm going to cheese it a bit. Oh, look, they actually have lights on them. Nice. Never actually noticed that the conveyor belts were lit. So what are the odds that it'll actually reach? 0.0. Of course. I'm gonna piggyback right on top of you, mofo. How about that? Look at them apples. Now will we reach? Oh, look at that. Look at that. It's just not quite long enough. Yeah, yeah. Damn, brother. That's so rude. Ha. Screws. They're coming for us. Whoa. That scared me a little. Okay, that is all the food groups we need. Industrial beams are sorely lacking, but that is because they're basically still filling up. We've been using them for conveyor belts, basically, and they're also filling up my my little dimensional depot guy. So they're slowly. So we'll slowly get them. We'll have to, now that we're using them in manufacturing, we'll have to revisit my concrete beam manufacturing facility, but we'll do that next week. So in the meantime, I guess we can just start powering up all this stuff. See what happens. So let's take a look-see here, what we got. Where are we at? Okay, we want to start off with our circuit board factory. I am going to temporarily make me a lookout tower. Just showing here, so I have some. Where's the ladder? Ladders for people without jetpacks. All right, power. Yeah, I don't know how far along you are with that. I mean, it's a good strategy in the beginning, but when you eventually you outpace what you need from that factory, and you need to somehow boost it up or use it in multiple things, and you realize that because of where your resource nodes are, one factory is over one crazy place and another factory is in another crazy place, and eventually you got to merge them together, so you inevitably kind of get a little spaghetti going on. But I mean, if you like to keep things super nice, that's cool. It's part of the fun. You can play this however you want. Believe it or not, this is a lot cleaner than it was in the beginning. Yeah, you build another, but only if you have more resource nodes. Otherwise, you have to kind of do something else. Rebuild a little. Like in the beginning, you don't even have the splitters, right? So you can't split off your nodes. Like you can't split your resources to multiple smelters and things like that. But anyway, yeah, it's good that this exists, where you can just tear things apart real fast and rebuild them. So you do need to do that from time to time, clean house. Believe it or not, that's actually what I did with my copper manufacturing. This see, this looks nice and organized. This was like a big spaghetti mess over here, like a tangled mess. So I kind of took the time to optimize that recently. And believe it or not, my steel works out here was the same. Not steel, iron. Anyway, now we gotta wire stuffs. All right, we're just gonna run things from here. Oh my god. So you're one of those players. You should not watch this stream. You and I will never see eye to eye. Notebook, though, yes, I can get behind that. As far as what's going in and out of your factories and everything. Maximum efficiency, though, I mean, you do want to try to make sure you don't have great, huge mismatches between things, but you'll find you'll have to replumb things so often that, like, I don't know, maximum efficiency doesn't really play a part in the, as far as actually just getting shit done sometimes. But, I mean, a lot of players play like that, so I'm not going to say that that's wrong. Certainly not, because you see how I play. It makes a lot of people cringe. Anyway, so he's powered. He's powered. I think we got... I think that actually powers up our new stuff. We've got our circuit boards going. Circuit boards are going to there. That stuff has already existed, so circuit boards are rolling off the line. I tend to load balance a lot using slugs. Like, I'll get the general gist of things and I'll load balance with slug power. I'm a slug fiend. Which isn't energy efficient, but it is space efficient. We got to power this dude up, which is fine. We got a thing right there. Guess we'll get him started. Just making our heavy frames once we have our encased dudes. All right. I think that actually powers everything up. We didn't actually have a lot of machines. It was just a whole shit ton of plumbing. We actually only installed like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 machines today. 3 manufacturers and 2, whatever the flying hell these things are, assemblers. Yeah, nice. So basically, our only holdup now are the industrial beams. It's 1:40. We can go take a look-see and see what we need to rejigger for next week, I suppose. Everything else being fed into here but our heavy modular frame, which is being held up by our industrial beams. We got a lot further than I thought we were today. I didn't think we were actually going to get our industrial, our heavy box facility going here. Heavy modular frames, but we got it. All right, let's Also, in the beginning of the game, you don't have the jetpack, and it's really a pain in the ass to get a good idea of the layout of the lands, I find. And, you know, now we can kind of look above and judge. But in the beginning of the game, you're kind of crawling around the ground, along the ground a lot, and the best you can do is build a lookout tower now and then. So you don't really see the forest for the trees. I know, I'm making excuses, but I would build it the same way regardless. All right, so here's my industrial beam facility. Currently, and apparently, we have plenty of concrete coming in. I already got one. We got old school conveyor belts going here. Everything's running at a snail's pace down this way. This is one of the first things we had built. So we're running on like Mark I technology going on over here. One lowly machine, all slow conveyor belts. So this stuff will definitely have to be juiced up eventually. But for the time being, for now, this is not our concern, but we will have to address this. So eventually we'll branch out, have multiple of these, speed up our conveyor belts, maybe a little slug power to juice everything up, but we're good with concrete for now. I'm sure it's going to lack very soon once we juice this up. So our main problem, our main throughput is with our steel products. Why the flying? Never mind. Right. Sorry, dude, you're getting really kind of annoying. I'm glad you're into the game. You can play it how you want. Really not my deal to sit here and answer every little thing. People that are way into this game and know off the top of their head that they're making 17,000 whatsits an hour or whatever will not enjoy this stream. So you're better off just watching somebody else's. Nothing personal. You were being polite. You weren't being too obtrusive. But at the same time, it's kind of throwing me off my game. I'd rather just sit back and enjoy this. And yeah, like I said, we'll never see eye to eye in the play style. Okie dokie. So where were we? So yeah, my concrete is okay. Our steel is the issue here. But as you guys recall, our steel is imported from way the hell out in the middle of nowhere. And it's being delivered by our little trucks. I think we're going to take a ride out. I'm kind of curious if there's a backlog in production versus, like, I want to know if our bottleneck is the truck, delivery truck, and what it can haul at once, or if it's just our production of steel. So I think it's buggy time out into the wilderness. Looks like we got fuel. What time is it? All right, 10 minutes. Yeah, we'll drive out, see what's doing with the steel factory, and that'll be the end of the stream for today. If I don't eject myself out of it. Oh, there's Amazon delivery as we speak. What's up, brother? Shift up. Need more gears in this thing. There we go. Go. Oh, buddy. Sorry, buddy. At least not one knot. Roadkill. Apparently our delivery truck has hit him more than once. Steelworks. Go. Oh, sorry, critter. I totally didn't mean to run over one of the little happy birds. That's bad karma, I'm sure. Alright. Let's just see where we're at with this guy. Okay, so this isn't like filled to the brim or anything, which leads me to believe that our truck is not the bottleneck, it's just our production rate of steel. That is going to take some doing. Nothing we're going to do today, though. And we already rejiggered this once, but I guess we got to rejigger it some more. More betterist. Looks like it's starving for coal. Yep. These guys are starving for coal. So each of these is, okay, we're running on, got these cranking with slug power. So each of these, we basically need to produce 180 coal a minute. And then a little extra. But, yipper, and our conveyor belt We could juice that up to the Mark V. So, yeah, I think next week. No, let's take the truck out there. We're gonna have to juice up the old coal factory. Let's take a ride to the coal factory. Truck needs checking out before it gets rusty. Whoa, I think I hit an oil slick. Yikes. This thing needs better tires. Burning rubber. Meep meep. I forget where the horn is. Look, oh guys, unless you want to be bacon. All right. It's our coal plant. Whee! I totally did not just run over another bird. Are you okay, buddy? I think he ran off. Poor guy. All right. So most of our coal is going to clean, efficient power. We had this one lonely guy, though, I guess, is supplying to our steel needs. He might even be, yeah, he's a Mark I. So that's an easy fix right there. Super easy fix. Production, juice him up. Oh, not an easy fix because I need 2 miners. No problem. I'll have some miners, my good man. Thank you very much. You shall be Mark II. Bum bum bum. With new, faster, spitting out more things quicker technologies. All right. So, how many encased beams do we have? Not a lot. Would like to upgrade my conveyor belt. It's currently Mark II. I could zap it up to the Mark IV. But we're going to run out of beams. Yep, already out of beams. So it's a circle of suck. We need coal to make steel, to make the beams, to make the conveyor belt, to get the coal, to make this steel, to make the beams and stuff. So, yipper. How's everything else going over here? Are you guys in good shape? Might as well check things out while I'm at it. Coal is coaling. I could slug you guys up a little bit over here. Oh, you're already slugged up. What else we got going on? Wow, the good old days. Remember these guys? Are biomass burners. Wow. The good old days, Jay. Back before enshittification was it? Times were simple. A man could lay things out in an inefficient manner. Ah, the good old days, the beginning. Not sure why we have a random thing there. Yeah. Alright, looks like our coal generating power plant's still generating power. Oh, my life for an industrial being. Do I have... I'm getting steel beams delivered to my door, and I got a shitload of concrete. So you know what that means. We just make some ourselves. The old crafting bench. There we go. 2 o'clock. It's getting near quitting time, ladies and gentlemen, but I think I'll see how far my steel, my new, I'll make these encased industrial beams, see how far I can get with my upgrading the conveyor belt, and then we'll call it a day. Crafting time. We need crafting time music. I'm also out of tea. It's not a good thing. Yeah, see? Been playing for 4 hours. We do Fix-It protein bar. Can we get those from the store? So any plans for the rest of the day? Jay, Julia, and whoever else is still hanging out there. I haven't given it any thought whatsoever yet. It's kind of a rainy, icky day. So not much of anything to do outside. Probably finish current audiobook I'm on. I'm actually on this big long series. I don't know if any of you guys are familiar with the lit RPG genre for books. So literary RPG, like role-playing game. It is the bottom barrel of fiction. But for some reason it has a soft, happy place in my heart. So what that is, it's a whole, basically somewhere along the line, somebody wrote a book that had followed, the world followed a lot of the same rules that like role-playing games or video games followed. So of course, just like every other fantasy world, they're usually always, in a medieval kind of setting, except there's magic. So that's usually a given because nobody has any like individuality whatsoever in that respect. Then usually the main, or usually the characters are sort of like characters in a video game where there's a quote-unquote system where they have their own little heads-up display, sort of like what you would get looking at a character in a video game. It never really made sense to me because the characters in a video game don't actually have access to that information. It's just there for you as somebody who's controlling the character to view the stats and statistics and stuff. But yeah, it's all about like, powering up, you fight monsters, and then you get, more skills, and, you keep leveling up and shit like that. CC5 and Blender, brave man. Drawing, nice. And slugs. I approve of slugs. I'm looking forward to seeing him. So yeah, that's the lit RPG genre idea. In general, there's usually, but not always, some kind of isekai component to it. Isekai is otherworlder, which means somebody is usually dies in our day and age and gets reincarnated into this, the book setting. Mercifully, that isn't the case in the series I'm reading. Okay, so let me zappy zap this guy. So the series I'm reading is kind of unique, which is rare for this genre. So if anybody else is familiar with like lit RPG and role-playing games and stuff, you'll be familiar with the concept of dungeons. Not dungeons where you throw people because they've been naughty, but dungeons as in Dungeons and Dragons, more like usually underground caverns and such like that have monsters that spawn out of nowhere and fight you. One of the monster types that is frequently, so usually you fight monsters, and inexplicably the dungeon will reward you with treasure, you know, if you beat these monsters, especially boss monsters. One of the monsters in there is usually a mimic. So a mimic, especially in these type of dungeons, will take the shape of a treasure chest. But really it's an organic monster. So our unsuspecting adventurers will go fight a monster, you know, eventually they'll come across a treasure chest, they'll run up to it, and then it basically opens up its wide mouth and eats them. So the book I'm reading it's called Everybody Loves Large Chests. Well, that's the name of the series. And of course it's a double entendre about loving large breasts and also big chests of like treasure. The main character happens to be a mimic, which is the whole interesting part of the book. So it's a mimic that levels up, eventually leaves the confines of the dungeon and finds itself in the real world and slowly makes its way into polite society as an amoral monster that has no qualms about murder and everything else. Originally I passed it up because it got some bad reviews because people said it had some gratuitous sex scenes and lots of like gratuitous murder and such. And I find that is the case, but it wasn't as offensive as you would think. The sex there was more, it wasn't sex to be sexually gratifying. It was actually like the sex scenes were there to disturb you, which you would think would be worse, but it's actually in a way better. A lot of the little kiddies that write lit RPG are the sex scenes they write are so cringy. They're just like the fever dreams of 12-year-olds. So it was fine for me. I didn't really care. And you know, violence and everything, that's in everything, so nobody cares about violence. But I liken it to, I don't know if you guys ever watched Game of Thrones, but it's very much in that vein. Like the first season of Game of Thrones, everything was just like raw and raunchy and shocking, I guess, in a way, which I found really awesome. And it did tone down after a while. Like the later seasons were still sort of like that, but not quite as in your face. And that is sort of like this series. The first, and maybe the first half of the second book was very much like that. And then there's still a lot of gratuitous murder. The sex stuff is more of a joke, honestly. There's still a lot of sex stuff because the mimic in question actually is a demon summoner, believe it or not. And one of its contracted familiars that it summons is a succubus. And of course she's very perverted, but more in a funny, I say in a funny way. She basically tastes good to the mimic. So her first hour or so of life in the new world was her continually getting summoned and then eaten by the mimic. And it kind of warped her personality, so now she likes pain and suffering. I know, it's a very jolly idea, but it's done in a comedic way, if that's possible, but it is. So yeah, that's the kind of crap I'm reading right now. It's actually an audiobook with a full sound booth theater behind it, which is pretty amazing. Anyway, we're not getting very far with our conveyor belt. Seem to have run out of beams, encased beams already. Don't even have enough. We're one shy. That's going to be a slow upgrade process. It does seem like this conveyor belt is fast enough. I would like to juice it up at one point, but it is stop and go, which means we should actually be okay for now. I think I'm going to abandon all ye hope. Abandon all hope, all ye enter. Yeah, that's the thing. Abandon all hope, all ye What are you doing? It's actually not a complicated. Well, I guess it depends on how familiar you are with the concepts. Like, to me, it's most of the concepts are so ingrained, like so cliche already to me that it's not that complicated. But it's cool. The good thing about the book, the way it's very, very well written. A lot of lit RPG is super terribly told, usually because it's by younger authors, and they tend to think that first person is the way to go because it's somehow, I don't know, more immersive or something. But of course, it's actually very hard to tell a full story when you're pigeonholed in one point of view. And even if you bounce around between the different characters and still do first person, you really have to actually know what you're doing. And most of these guys are like beginners, and they don't really know how to tell a story. So the first person is actually the worst. This book's actually told in the third person omniscient, like most books are, which is good. But beyond that, the character building is off the charts. It's wonderful. Like, you really get to know all the characters, and they're not one-dimensional. They're not like one-dimensional characters where they're made just to be pure evil or made to be just pure good. Oftentimes, you'll even be rooting for quote-unquote bad guys, and bad guys you can only say are opposing the main character. Technically, our main character is actually quite a bad guy, but he develops into basically a shapeshifter, so he can actually shift into different forms, and he has different characters he plays. So he actually plays, he has good characters he plays and bad characters he plays, which is kind of really cool. So I don't know, it's hard to explain, but the author will actually go through the trouble of, like, giving a flesh to a character that will die 10 minutes later, which I think is awesome, because you never know if a character's going to stick around or immediately just be eaten by our main character. Anyway, brothers and sisters, let's see how we're doing. Looks like our coal is happy now. We're of course making a lot more coal than we can actually slug this up. Everybody loves slugs. Yeah, I mean, when you think about the point of stories are character-driven. It's characters doing things. So the more realistic a character is, the better it is in my mind. The better the story, the more enriching the story. And the author also has a good way of explaining the world without having these horrible info dumps that, he explains it as it goes along, as things are necessary. So, you know what, we're fine. I'm not going to bother. I can at least juice you up to the Mark III conveyor belt. Hey, boss. Yeah, so I'm a huge fan of books that take the time to really flesh out the characters. I mean, that seems like a no-brainer, but you'd be surprised at how many horrible books there are out there that just have these, especially with the villains. They're like cardboard cutouts. Like they're like hardly anybody is actually pure evil or pure bad. You know what I mean? I like when you actually sometimes even like and feel bad for the bad guys, because they have reasons behind their actions. Yeah, shapeshifters are sweet. I like books about shapeshifters. All right, so that juices that up. Okay, I think we've improved our flow. We could do better later. Once we get our conveyor belt going, we can actually add more of these. We can add another smelter and stuff, but I'm not going to bother right now. Where's my car? Anybody remember where the car is? I parked it, didn't I? There it is. All right. I think I'm going to end here. We'll figure out if we really want to spend time optimizing this. I think we probably should. So maybe we'll do that at the beginning of next week. Yeah, I like... This book's good because technically the main character is a villain. It's always fun to root for the villain. But he's super pragmatic. You know, he's amoral. He's like the epitome of amoral. He's just self-serving. But when you take that to its logical conclusion, a lot of times it is self-serving to get along with other people or cooperate. And it's been very interesting because he started off as just what they would call a murder hobo, and he just murders every human and everything he comes across in the beginning of the book. And as he quote unquote levels up and gains more intelligence and starts to interact with people, it's neat to see like incrementally he's becoming more and more of a full rounded person with, he still I wouldn't say is emotionally invested, except for one other character. He's actually kind of, there's no love there. He definitely doesn't love anything, but he has a lot of attachment to this one other character. So it's kind of cool to watch him grow. The blue is coming. Yeah, I guess we're in a fog. Anyway, we're 20 minutes over. I think I'm gonna call it a day. So again, thanks a lot for sticking around, everybody. I will be back again next Sunday, 10 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, for more Satisfactory action. Cheers, everybody. Guess, actually, let's save this. That would be a smart thing to do, huh? Okay, day 14 is now at a close. He's a good boy. All right, guys. Thanks a lot for watching and everything. Thanks for hanging out. Talk to you later. Cheers. Where is my thing? Here it is. End of stream.